What's up, hero? How's it going? What is up? What is up? We are live. Make any more Mage Bloods? Oh, there's some patch notes. Oh boy. Guess we're gonna have to look at the patch notes and see what's going on. What did they do? Coins are more common? Oh, this is old news. Fix a bug where mirages were unable to extend into the Moon Temple. Okay, whatever. Wish for Rust was twice as common in Ruthless? Wait, we're playing some Ruthless later. What's this? What's this garbage right here? What did Wish for Rust do? That boss of the Mirage area will be accompanied by... Oh, so you just get less coins from, or less summons from that guy. Oh, that's pretty cool, special art. So you can target the coins now. Got it. Oh, you can blow up the lost shipment chest now with damage? That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty good. Yay, we like to see that right there. That's a pretty big win. Did they address anything about the economy? Yeah, that's kind of... I'm glad they fixed that, because that could get pretty annoying if you got a lot of stuff that sells. No longer covering the inventory? Yeah, it's nice. This is pretty big, because this was frustrating to figure out initially, that you have to do Originator to get Astrolabes. What did they do with Ruthless? Is it possible to review my POB? If you post a link to it, we can take a look at it. Yeah, so a bunch of bug fixes. Nothing that really affects us, I guess. Nothing that really directly affects us, it looks like. Alright guys. Back to doing some strongbox farms. Oh, my client is, my game is crashing. I don't know what's going on. Thanks, K4, for the follow. A lot of mob. That's a lot of That's a lot of mobs. What's up, Beast? How's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back. Doing a quick King's Mark check here. Making sure everything's in order. Love the new build. You want to try Flicker? Nice. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of box farming today, but I really want to get into my hardcore SSF character, so that's probably going to be pretty short here. Want to get some leveling on that today. Okay. Let's go grab some maps. No, this is definitely not Ruthless. I'm just doing a bit of box farming on trade for a little bit. We're probably going to start Ruthless in about a half hour. I want to get a couple hours of Ruthless in tonight, so yeah. Yo, chat, like the... like the live. Nice, buddy, and I play a hardcore Ruthless, it's fun, but def sucks. Yeah, so I didn't realize, Moda, I rolled at a hardcore SSF Ruthless character a few days ago, and it died. And I forgot that it gets voided. It were like... Because I was hoping I would actually just go to SSF Ruthless and continue. I was like, oh, you actually like fully lose the character when you're doing Ruthless hardcore. Hey, sustain. I actually have I have two hardcore SSF characters, and they're both in their 80s. One is a RF Chieftain, and the other one is a Bleedquake Marauder. The one that I'll be leveling today is going to be a Bleedquake Duelist, which I think is going to be more damage, a little bit less tank. But then I can transition eventually from it as Duelist into my Cyclone build. Nah, I've never killed Ubers in hardcore SSF. Playing Gladiator Kinetic CF? Interesting. Yeah, I'm not really good at bossing in this game, guys. I'm definitely a softcore player in regards to bossing, and usually I die when I try to boss on hardcore. I can make it through Atlas Regression, I can do T16s, but when it comes to like actual bossing, I'm not your guy. It's gonna be the tune. Yeah, that you push all the way to what? 90? 90 plus? Getting 90 plus in Ruthless is an achievement due to the XP scaling. Took him 10 years to be able to boss? I guess that's fair, yeah. Okay, I'm a beach player on hardcore. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm really feeling the itch to just play some hardcore SSF today. We had such a good stream yesterday, like gambling 2 Mage Bloods and making a good ring pretty easily. It was a good stream. And I'm close to having the money to just buy Flame Flesh, which is my next big upgrade I want. I want Flame Flesh. So we'll be pulling all of our money into that. Yeah, I think I might have a Cyclone with Endurance Charge on Melee Stun in my stash. I might have sold it though, I'm not sure. Either way, it doesn't matter. If that's the case, my second Overlord Jewel needs to have, or my second Cluster Jewel setup needs to have Overlord, so I'd need to get that online before I swap the Imbue on the Cyclone, you know? So I'd have to get the Cluster Jewel first and then get the gem set up for that. We have vaults after this. I think I'm going to do the vault from this and I'm just going to jump right into the hardcore SSF character for a bit. Alright. Let's go do vault. So here's my take, and you might feel a little bit differently about this because you're like a full-time hardcore Ruthless guy. And this is just my take on it. I'm not slamming anyone. I don't like playing Ruthless with trade because I feel like the whole point of Ruthless is that your whole experience is supposed to suck. If I play trade and I can just pick up the aura support gem I need pretty easily, and it still takes time, right? Because you got to farm currency and things aren't cheap on Ruthless trade. But I just feel like, for me personally, if I'm going to play Ruthless, it has to be SSF. I have to truly suffer through the whole experience, like really suffer, for it to be worth the time for me at least. That's my outlook on it. Like if I'm gonna go play Ruthless, it's why I don't like playing SSF Ruthless. Like if I'm gonna play Ruthless, it has to be hardcore, and it has to just be SSF. Like it has to be the hardest version of the game possible. Like otherwise, I feel like I'm just kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. But that's like my take on it. You know, I'm not saying that's the right take. I'm saying that's my take. Yeah, it's like the hardest possible thing you could ever do. Yeah, it's the Navy SEAL of being a PoE player. So like you can see, I have like on hardcore SSF Ruthless here, I have an 85 RF Chieftain on regular SSF Ruthless Hardcore League, and I have a this Bleed Jug. So this is going to be very similar to the character I'm setting up today. When you die in hardcore SSF, what's the most common cause? Honestly, it just depends. You can get your character relatively online once you get support gems. So this character only has 15% increased movement speed boots. Yeah, this character is like doesn't really have great gear. But this was like kind of going to be what the build is like, except we're going to be playing it as duelist. So we should have more damage. What we're losing out on Jug is just a lot of defense. So the endurance charge, easily getting endurance charges, and then really the notable thing about Jug is the additional LE Fizz damage reduction, and also just essentially having chill immunity and pseudo freeze immunity. This is actually super powerful on Jug. This is probably the best thing that Jug gives you on hardcore Ruthless, in my opinion. Because body armor double is kind of whatever. Untiring isn't bad-ish. But I feel like Unstoppable is actually cracked on hardcore solo self-found Ruthless. So what we're doing with Duelist is something very similar to this. It's going to be this tree right here. And the reason I want to play Duelist is I can eventually collect my gems for Cyclone, and then we can transition to Slayer Cyclone. So this is what I have in mind for my character on hardcore Ruthless. I have this at level 91 right now, which is probably as high as the character could get on Ruthless, unless I just like play it forever. But we're going to go Duelist, and we're going to go Gladiator for bleed explosions, and always having aggravated bleed. We'll take Weapon Master for the 20% more damage with hits and ailments against enemies on low life. So whenever they're 50% less low life, or 50% life or lower, we just get 20% more damage, which is really nice. And also, we're going to take War of Attrition. As the fight goes on, every second that goes by, we're just doing more and more damage, up to 50%. So I think this is actually a lot of damage on top of, obviously, Jug on Ruthless. And then for Endurance Charge generation, we're going to have charges when we get hit. We're also going to have charges when we kill. And then we're picking up the additional charge here and here. So we'll have 5 endurance charges. They should be pretty consistent between Inexorable and Disciple of the Unyielding. And yeah, just going for all the bleed damage. We're going to go Resolute Technique early on because I don't want to deal with accuracy. And this just gives us like 100k free damage basically by not having to worry about hit cap. I don't really care about crits right now on a bleed build. And yeah, just taking life. We're going to gain some extra resistances here, some extra resistances here. Oh, and we're also going to get our fortification from Steadfast with the Mastery. So we'll have fortification on top of our endurance charges, regardless of whether we have the support or not. So it should feel pretty tanky. And I'm just simming this right now with a very low PDPS weapon. And no support gems, so just Earthquake. It's just Earthquake. And a Curse, War Banner. I don't have any supports in my setup. So this should feel pretty good for like early mapping. Like 300k dot damage early mapping is like, you know, total damage per bleed is actually, looking at the combined damage here, it's like, what, 1.4 mil? That's pretty good. The damage should feel pretty good when we have everything ramping. And then once I get everything together, here's the cool thing. So my Cyclone of Tumult build, if we go to Cyclone of Tumult Slayer, and we look at the level 90 tree. So here's my level 90 Slayer. Obviously we won't have all this stuff, but in a sense, you can see that, just to illustrate the benefit of Slayer on Ruthless, we're at 7.2 million damage on the level 90 tree. If I swap to the Ruthless one, we only go down to 6.2. We lose 1 million damage, but the build is still very viable and would work in a Ruthless setting. We lose a little bit of damage. We don't really lose any EHP compared to the regular tree. So eventually segueing into Cyclone, like my build, running like normal Cyclone, obviously getting Tumult would actually be very easy on Ruthless. Getting the Stampede boots might be very hard. So I'm not sure how Heist works on Ruthless, how easily you can run blueprints, and how common replica items are in a Ruthless setting. But yeah. So this is what we'll be using today. And I already have the character that we started yesterday. This other masochist playing the mode right now with me. Okay. Oh, and I already have my first trials. I think most of my first trials, yeah. So we don't have to worry about trials either. Trying to kill these blue guys. We can get them down. Peak Ruthless gameplay. Fucking Zug guys just want to destroy me. I think I'm gonna have to just kill these dudes. Alright, now we got some bleed chance. Now we're rocking and rolling. Some bleed chance at least. Would like to get the next node before we do Brutus. I wonder if this point I do more damage with a two-hander. Oh, I want shield though. I'm not gonna go two-hander I think until we swap to Earth Shatter. I feel like shield is too good until we get Earth Shatter going. Gotta run SS. Steel Skin? Is that what you're talking about? We're splitting steel. Right now I'm using splitting steel. gonna try to hit one more level before we move on. Dude, I just want to hit the next level so I can proceed. Yeah, I'm a little concerned that they didn't address the economy in the patch notes, because I have a feeling that that's going to become an issue for regular players. I don't think a lot of people are going to be able to keep playing the league after this weekend. I think prices are going to get too high for the average player to keep up with during the work week. Like, I think we're going to see actual drop-off pretty soon with retention, because people just aren't going to be able to make the money to keep up with inflation. And I think we're going to see a lot of people end up stop playing. It's just getting too crazy. It's just going to get too crazy, man. Like, it's not going to be sustainable to be able to play the game for the average person. I mean, what are Divines at right now for Chaos? They were like 330 yesterday. Yeah, no, that's insane. Yeah, how can you keep up with that as an average player? You just can't. I don't see how it's possible. Divines are down to 259 Chaos? That's interesting. So they went down... They went down, what, 80 Chaos since yesterday? For real? That's kind of interesting. I don't know. If Chaos, if it goes down and stabilizes, then the league might be fine. I was just thinking, like, if you're a regular player, it's going to be pretty rough to... Yeah, I'm talking about the Divine to Chaos ratio. Like, Astrolabe prices, all that shit can fluctuate, but, like, if the Divine ratio stays cheap for Chaos, then the average player might be okay. Because Divines are dropping like crazy right now, so... Like, there's strats where you can get Divines without using an Astrolabe. Like, I'm getting reliable Divines doing Strongbox farms. I don't need an Astrolabe to get those to drop, so... You know. Astrolabes are going to yield you more money, but they're not necessary to be able to farm Divines. It's gonna be bad though, because if everything still goes up but divines don't, then yeah, you'll have a player. You're gonna have a problem with players being able to play, because then the divines they're getting aren't going to be able to even purchase the astrolabes if they want to run them, or like a scarab for the strat. So, yeah. I need to make sure he's always moving. I gotta get my bleed on him and keep him like always moving. That's the way we're gonna get this done here. Bro just isn't bleeding. Truly ruthless, guys. Truly ruthless. Ooh. Mistimed that one. We mistimed that one. Good evening, Cinevex. Might ask a question. I'm following your video on crafting the chest, and in the Hinakora part with the Awakener's Orb, is it possible to get 2 new Warlord suffixes? No, the Awakener's Orb combines the item and you end up with both of them on the same thing. I don't think you can get more than 2 influenced. I guess maybe it's possible. It might be possible. Because you can still roll like a third influence mod, so I guess it's possible. I don't know what the odds are, but either way you have to awaken the item to combine them, so it's something you have to do. That was a really long, fun fight. Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess it's possible. Rip the servers? Oh no. I mean, yeah, you can just keep using Hinakoras until you get what you want. That's kind of the idea. Is you can just keep rolling a Hinakoras until you hit something you want. So, for sure. But we're gonna want a Jade Chopper when we go Earth Shatter. I might as well pick this up now. Oh no! What happened to the servers? Is the patch coming through? Is that what's happening? Are we getting the patch right now? Alright. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that shit, you know me. Alright, so... yeah, I think Earth Shatter's gonna work out okay. We're gonna want to get to Earthquake as soon as possible. But... I don't pay attention to that stuff, Tormy. Come on, I'm locked in. When I'm playing Ruthless, right? I'm not paying attention to the chat. I am locked in on what's going on in the game because it's fucking hardcore solo self on Ruthless, man. I've got time to be reading chat. I should have unwavering stance here. Also, we want to have stun immunity, so that should be something on the tree that I go for. Yeah, there should be a lot of coins now. Thanks, Mod, by the way, for the follow. As well as Onyx. Thank you, guys. What allocations do we need on Strangle, Stance, and Defense? It largely depends on your current setup. Like my Strangle Grasp has slightly different allocations than what's in the POB, based on my current characters, like things that I need to make sure are good, like crit chance and whatnot. It's gonna be a little bit dependent on your gear. Depends on the build also, yeah. This is extremely important, guys. They fixed the bug where the bloodthirsty armor skirt had disappeared. Fixed a bug where seagulls in King's March were no longer fleeing from the player. Bird bravery will not be tolerated. I'm very happy they're paying attention to the little things, guys, because when you pay attention to the little things, that means that you're not missing, like, attention to detail matters, right? So this is the kind of stuff I want to see. If they're paying attention to this stuff right here, that means they're taking care of the larger problems too. That's kind of my my viewpoint. Look, you know, they have to make sure that before they can fix Abyss Astrolabes, Chris, in regular leagues, they have to make sure that the Maven's Chisel of Divination can drop in Ruthless. I'm just saying, there's other things they have to take care of before they can get to the Abyss Astrolabes. And this right here was a critical thing that had to get addressed. You know? Soon to be 7, hero. Soon to be 7. I believe that we will get through the campaign. Probably not today. Probably tomorrow. I believe that we'll get to the map. I think I'll get to maps by tomorrow. And then I think maybe if I'm lucky and I get the support gems to drop, this weekend I might be able to go Cyclone. It's gonna be a slow burn on Ruthless because I'm gonna be mostly focused on getting the supports and things I need to try to actually make Cyclone work on Ruthless over the next few days. And then once we get, hopefully, Cyclone online, and I have enough gems that have dropped, then we can push the Atlas. How's the update? I don't know. They're patching the game right now, so we're just waiting to log back in. Notes seem okay. They fixed a bunch of bugs. I'm probably not going to update the POB right now. I'll probably do that later tonight. I was actually thinking I might use this delay to go use the restroom real quick and grab another bottled water because I'm pretty thirsty. So what's the change they're doing to Astrolabes? Yeah, I need to hydrate. Added a new specific or harvest crafting option to change a stack. Oh, wow. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, dude. To change a stack of league-specific Astrolabes, so all Astrolabes go up in price now. Yeah, I think I just missed it, Chris. That's my bad. I'm really brain dead today. I didn't sleep well, and I just got off work. That's crazy. So all Astrolabes are just expensive now. Like, they're all expensive. I guess it does... I wonder if this will stabilize, though, because the truth is the majority of Astrolabes weren't getting used by players. Like, yeah, but it could be that all Astrolabes hit a set price, right? Because, like, some of the Astrolabes were just ridiculous. Like, Grasping was getting up to, like, what? Almost 1,000 Chaos. I think what's going to end up happening is Astrolabes will go up. Like, for you, it's unfortunate because you were just doing a strat that had an Astrolabe nobody was doing, Chris, right? But this also means that Grasping and Templar Astrolabes are going to also go down. Especially Grasping. Like, Harvest Astrolabes should also go... Like, basically, they're all going to normalize at a certain price, which will be higher for some people, depending on what they were doing. But I think that overall, this is a positive change, because, like, if you want to do breach farms... Like, yeah, I'm fine with that though, Chris. Once again, if I want to do breach farms, I don't want to pay 1,000 chaos for an astrolabe. I'd rather pay 200 chaos for all astrolabes. Like, right, but that's the best thing to farm in the game right now. Like, if you want to make currency in PoE 1 and Mirage, if you're doing any other strat but like juiced breach farming, I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's the... My mic is peaking a lot right now. Let me take a look at my settings. Taking a look at my mic. Oh, yeah. Does that sound better or worse? Better or worse? I think that's better, right? I think that's better on the mic volume. Unfortunately, Chris, like, anyone that really wants to make money in the game is probably doing breach. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, some people are testing out other strats, like I'm doing box farm, some people are doing harvest, but well, my volume on my mic was not being throttled in OBS, so it shouldn't I should sound a lot better now, I would imagine, than I did a few seconds ago. I have the threshold turned down a bit. So I'm running a new OBS. It's just quieter, to be honest. Well, let's look at the settings then. Oh, hold on. How does this sound, guys? Is that better or worse? Better or worse? I think this might be a little bit better. How about now? Do I sound better or worse? Should be a little bit better. Okay, so it's a little bit better. Yeah, I don't want to say that people are getting penalized, but at the same time, they are. But also, if you're not doing, like, breach farms... The peaking stopped, it was a little grating? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're not doing breach farms, the sad truth is you're not doing the best content in the game for making money. So, like, you have to remember, some players are going to get penalized by the change, but they're going to make changes to the economy that impact the majority of players, and I would not be surprised if the majority of players are doing unstable breach farms. So it's a net positive for most of the people playing the league. Oh boy. I would personally like to live in a world in which the astrolabes were just cheap across the board. But they need to create currency sync in the game right now so that, like, astrolabe and blobs. I don't see any note about astrolabes and blobs. I just see that they're making it so that you can use harvest to swap them. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, guys. It's the description change. I don't... Were astrolabes ever able to drop? Were astrolabes ever able to drop from influenced areas? I thought they came from non-influenced areas. Alright. I think they might just be adding it there to remind people, like, how astrolabes... Like, if you want to farm astrolabes for money, don't do them in influenced areas. I don't know. Alright, back to it, guys. I just want to get Earth Shatter because I need an ability that just hits and does so much more damage than what I have right now. Splitting Steel is just not hacking it anymore. Take a little bit of time here to farm some XP off these guys. I'm not playing Sunder, Benny. I'm playing Earth Shatter as soon as I get it, but I have to get to Maryville. So Splitting Steel is just to get through Act 1. And then I'll be going Earthquake later on. That's the plan. We do staff because of the block chance. I do a block-based build. So it looks like it's going to be the other way. I don't know, man. My staff is 1200 plus physical DPS, so pretty high. Yeah, a perfectly rolled staff, you can probably get close to 1300 physical DPS on it. Yeah, I was using a 1k PDPS staff. My current one is over 1200. Yep. Pretty much as high as an axe. Like, there's no difference between an axe and a staff as far as I know on the modifiers I can roll. And we'd have to look at the bases for like an axe and see if it does more damage. But yeah. I'm pretty sure like a mirror tier staff is around 1400 physical DPS. So it's 100% doable. I have seen, never owned one, but I have seen around 1400 PDPS staffs. So I'm probably not going to craft a staff that is any better than what I probably have now. I think I'm going to sink my money into Flame Flesh for block, cap the Impale chance on my gloves, and then I'm probably going to save money towards transitioning the build into boss killing with Rise Lothas and like Corrupted Uniques, so like Corrupted Rise Lothas, Corrupted Stampede, and making like a Cogwork ring. Alright, what I'm doing right now is I'm looking for Maraville's Cavern, because once we get that, we can go to town and pick up Earth Shatter. Yeah, I saw that Psy with the new corruption. It's pretty good. That's what I'll be aiming for on my trade character. Orb of Alchemy, that's like fucking divine, dude. Ruthless. Thanks, Ib, for the follow. I have multiple videos on my YouTube channel, Roach, for making the in-game chest, for making an early in-game weapon around 800 PDPS, for making the Tailwind boots with Elusive and Onslaught. And then in my Discord in the crafting channel, in my Discord in the PoE help channel, let me just pause here. Thank you, Roach, for the follow. So if you join my Discord in the PoE help channel, I have a pinned comment that walks you through the 2 different ways you can craft an in-game staff for around 1200 plus physical DPS. So written instructions here on how you can do that for option 1 or option 2. So the plan for Ruthless is we're going to play Bleed Earthquake as Duelist, as Gladiator. And then once I get the support gems, I'm going to transition over to Slayer and play my Cyclone build. Because GC has a lot of value early on, Benny, but eventually we outscale GC by just scaling the raw Impale damage off of our Cyclone. We're essentially scaling the Impale damage more than Cyclone damage, and we get the Impale damage so high from our Cyclone in conjunction with the Cyclone damage that it does more than GC. Alright, I think I can go pick up Earth Shatter now. There we go. We did it, guys. Should have much better damage. It's more the Impale damage. The Impale damage scaling off of Cyclone is what's doing a lot of the damage. The auras obviously are good, but yeah. I forgot that I can gamble. Technically better because of life. Alright, let's put this gear away. Alright guys, we got Earth Shatter. We're playing some hardcore solo self-found Ruthless. See how this feels. It's gotta be better than Splitting Steel. I don't have a way to blow up the spikes yet, right? War cries are other slam attacks performed by you, so I don't have a war cry yet, unfortunately. We'll get a war cry soon. Just not right now. Still far better than using fucking Splitting Steel. Be much better. Once we go Earthquake, this is going to be a lot better. The Aftershock on Earthwave is like insane for bleed damage. I might be able to actually start doing mirrors now. Mirage. Alright, so now I need accuracy more than anything. I think my hit is really low, yeah. You got a blue screen of death and ritual? Yikes. Yeah, I was having a lot of issues on my computer trying to stream and play the game. The dual PC setup has been pretty nice, for sure, since I went over to this. Yeah, we just need to get our accuracy up. That's the only problem now. And I can just spec into Eagle Eye for that. All of our next points are going to go into Eagle Eye for accuracy. Or anything else. Super chill, guys. Super chill on hardcore solo stuff on Ruthless. So, anybody in chat, like, into programming or designing apps? Is that a hobby anybody has? I started working on an app. I'm teaching myself how to make an app on Android and iPhone OS. And I came up with an idea for an app that I think is pretty novel, and I started working on the UI UX front-end design the past few days, and it looks pretty good. I gotta start incorporating the Claude AI backend for the functionality, but it's kind of fun working on making your own application. Okay. Tried learning code once, HTML for Dummies. I got like 2 pages in and fell asleep. Never opened the booklet again. Yeah. Okay. What to do here? Let's go ahead and see what flasks I have. Went into big boss fights. This is good. It's all good. Up to a large here. 2 good mana flasks. Might actually YOLO an ALK on this, and if we get lucky, hit something good. Nope. I'm gonna YOLO a Chaos Orb, because why not? Wow. Okay, I'll take it. And we can quality it. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Beautiful axe. Even in Ruthless, I'm having some good luck, guys. Be like that sometimes. I'm more into the hardware than the software. Always been a more hands-on guy. I love fiddling with motors and stuff like that. Oh, I got you. I got you. Yeah, for sure. Let's go do a skill point quest real quick for Dweller. And then we'll wrap up the act here. It's a crazy weapon for early Ruthless. Kind of bananas. Oh, and I just got a rare helm? Wait, what? Damn. Big damage. Big damage. What the heck is Dweller, dude? Come on now. Damn, now I feel like I want to try Ruthless as well. Hey, let's go, Ruthless. Do Ruthless, guys. Just suffer with me. It'll be fine, surely, right? Everything's gonna be just fine. Oh, that's a much better chest, holy. Oh, dude, that's a lot of armor and evasion. Whichever the green coin is, it's not power, that's the red one. Alright, we gotta be careful, guys, because not this cavern, but the next one before Maryville, there's like little squid guys that will bomb you to death. They suicide right into you, so you gotta be careful. Small red guys. They'll jack me up, dude. They will jack me up. I might do the mirror here, actually. We might get lucky and get something nice before we do Maribel. It'd be pretty amazing to get like a sapphire ring. I'd be pretty stoked about that. Any ring. Actually, any ring would be nice, to be fair, right now. Let's do melee weapons, you never know. Ruthless Gaming. So weird playing Cyclone without my GC guys. After 3 leagues doing Desecrate, keep hitting the button boss room. Yeah, I mean, the build is better without it. Like, the truth is originally I added GC to the build back in 3.26 because Cyclone was a lot weaker as a skill gem and it needed the love, right? It needed the damage, especially during the campaign and mapping. And it needed the damage like late into the game too. But with the buffs that they did do for Cyclone in 3.26 and then the buffs it got again in 3.27, as well as just having played the build, working with niche and testing a bunch of things, it's at a point now where at the high end, Cyclone does more than enough damage on its own. And you don't have to use an extra button anymore. You don't have to worry about, you know, maintaining your Desecrate whenever a boss moves. It's just a lot smoother. Yeah, I generally, like, hardcore to me is fun because it does keep you on your toes. SSF Ruthless is kind of like a meme, to be honest, but... Oh, did I get a Rogue Exile? Oh, dude. This could be rough. Hey, we got a Sapphire Ring. Dude, we got the Sapphire Ring. Let's freaking go, dude. Totally worth it. Yeah, it's better without it. Having to like reposition your Desecrates gets pretty old when you're doing bossing for sure. Guys, getting the Sapphire Ring, totally worth it. Alright. Proceed. Can't wait for WSD and PoE. Yeah. I will say this. I do believe that one day PoE 2 is going to be a pretty good game. Might even be as good or better than PoE 1. what I've really appreciated more than anything about PoE 2 is all the things they've done in PoE 2 that they've migrated backwards into PoE 1, like async trade, the currency exchange. If anything, PoE 2 has just made PoE 1 better and better. So when they have WASD movement, that's going to be pretty amazing. Alright, let's try not to die here. Just suicide squids. There's the first wave of them. There they come. Just see them flowing in. It's like you gotta advance, but you don't want to also delay your attack and get killed by these guys. That's pretty good. We're gonna go for 2-hand damage. All the damage. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Getting crazy, guys. It's one of those things where, like, if I had turned and run away, they probably would have killed me. You just have to commit and keep using your attack and spam your life flask, because the minute you turn around and they just, like, start chasing you down, you're fucked, you know? I have no movement in Ruthless, so... Struggle or strangle, yeah. Dude, Decoy Totem, the greatest ability in PoE. Highly underrated. Highly underrated. What an amazing ability. Alright, suicide, guys. Go for the totem. Don't mind me. Go for the totem. That's right, guys. Just go for the totem. Nope, don't go for me. Leave me alone. Okay. Go ahead and portal, refresh flasks. Good, very good. And let's blow up the boss. Blow up the boss. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright guys, Act 1 done. Are the blue quests tied to passive points? They are... some of them, I think. Like, there's just a bunch of optional quests that either give you skill points, refund points. You kind of learn from doing the campaign over and over, like, oh, I need to do this quest because it gives me a skill point. I can ignore these other quests because they give me stuff I don't really care about. I'm actually going to beeline for the attack speed node, I think. I really need movement speed boots. Come on, game. I believe. I didn't even have blood and sand up that whole time. That's crazy. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Other... Getting shotgunned by these guys. Ooh, 2 sapphire rings. Heck yeah, dude. I did that. I even did that without an aura. It's like true Ruthless gameplay. Okay, guys. Let's get to it. We're gonna do the den for the Bismuth flask. Just to help out with resistances for a while. I think it has decent duration. A lot of the flasks have like shortened duration on Ruthless, but I think Bismuth is one of them that is actually okay. It's not like complete trash. They tweaked a lot of the flasks to make them like something you can't really rely upon. They don't, I think the non-life mana ones also don't generate charges at the same frequency that they normally do. Verisium jumping spider? Yeah. Oh, these guys aren't annoying at all. Guys, we just need like a war cry or another slam skill. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're gonna try to see if we can power through this. Nice. You getting the itch to play some Ruthless? Yeah, going Earth Shatter over the retaliation skill was a much better idea for this this run through. Much better. Guys, I'm just like in my head, I'm picturing a world in which I get to maps and I just grind out the support gems, and I actually get Cyclone online in hardcore SSF Ruthless. Like, I'd be so ecstatic about that. It's gonna be such a grind. But imagine, like, all the people that shit on Cyclone, and I'm just, like, running T16s on hardcore SSF Ruthless as Cyclone. We're gonna do this skill point quest. We don't need the lab here as far as I know, though. I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to remember on the character that died, I'm pretty sure I did my first ascendancy. I did. So I should have all the trials. Yeah, one time for the haters. Well, what I do is I get the character online, I get to T16s, I start blasting maps, and then I record a video and just be like, hey, the build is viable on hardcore SSF Ruthless. And then people are going to be like, I mean, how do you argue it at that point? Like, okay, yeah, it functions. You can do the thing. I'm sure they'll still find something to pick apart about it. You can do whatever you want in PoE if you want to do a stat stacker with Caged. I've never theory crafted it, so I don't know. But I'm assuming, yes, that's a thing you could do. Skill issue? Yeah. Okay, this guy is just super annoying. Like, really annoying. Probably should just drop my decoy totem and get away from this guy. Sometimes you gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them. ED Contagion? Contagion's a lot of fun. Right, portal instantly if I see Soul Eater. Chris, I'm not even gonna portal. I'm gonna use my exit macro and just go straight to the login screen. Like, come on. Like, why would I waste extra seconds with a portal scroll? It's like, bye, bye, and then I regenerate the zone at the waypoint. That's what happens. Ward's been in the game for a while now. It's essentially another type of defense, yeah. It's got a very particular way of scaling it and building it, which I'm not too familiar with, but it is a thing that you can run as defense, yes. I probably should try to start killing the essences, because essences are pretty good for rolling as YOLO outs, essentially. Gotta be careful with the casters here because I got no resistances, so like they could probably shotgun me to death pretty easily. Like these guys are actually kind of terrifying. But they're rares, it's Ruthless. I kind of feel like I should be slow about things and kill the rares because they generally can drop good loot. So you never know. I don't know how Ward works. I'm not going to pretend to assume how Ward works or mislead people. I have no idea. All these white items? Yeah, dude. Ruthless life. When you see a rare item, it's like, oh my god, dude. I don't know if you're familiar with Ruthless either, but you can't filter everything off your screen like normal PoE. So you can create filters on Filter Blade that, you know, make items pop, but you actually always see all the items on your screen. You can't, like, get these white items not to show. But that's because there's so little loot that drops normally in Ruthless that you always kind of want to see stuff. Like, it's so little. And, of course, we've got physical resistant mobs. I'm going to try to bait them away so I can get the quest item. Bait these guys away, and we're just going to get the quest item here, and see ya. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. So you can see like a Bismuth flask actually has a decent duration on it. It's not like crazy, but some of these flasks, like the Amethyst is only 4.5. The Granite's only 4 by default. But the real problem is the flasks don't like sustain charges the same way they do in regular PoE. So yeah. Like, I think it's, if I remember correctly, if we look it up, utility flasks cannot gain charges while they're active, and they have a lower duration. So you actually can't rely on your utility flasks to gain you charges. Essentially, you can use them, and then they have a downtime until you can actually gain charges back. So you have to be careful when you build your character in Ruthless that you're not dependent on your flasks. Which makes unique flasks actually very powerful in Ruthless. So if we ever had like a replica Witchfire or Roomies, things like that are actually really powerful because they do gain charges. I'm pretty sure that Roomies might not. I don't know if it still counts as a utility flask because it is a granite flask. So it might not, but replica Witchfire, actually all flasks might not because they all still might count as utility. So basically, life and mana flasks are your play. Well, what a lot of guys do is they run like 2 Quicksilver flasks usually for movement speed. So we might do something like this. I don't even think I'm going to rely on the Bismuth too much. Oh, and the Quicksilver flask only lasts 2 seconds. So what a lot of guys do is they'll chain run 2 of these. Like this. So you use one flask, use the other flask, and you toggle them on and off, basically. I should probably start doing these mirages like every zone. It's probably my best way of getting gear. Like if they're along the way and pretty, not too far out of the way. feel like we do Seismic Cry here. And this is going to help explode our spikes, which is going to be pretty good damage. Yeah, that was the play. Alright guys, let's go. I wonder if Earth Shatter is better with the spike explosion than Earthquake with the Aftershock, because Earthquake with Aftershock is typically pretty good for bleed. I'd have to look in PoE. Completely off the path here. So I think I could go all the way back down across here. Rip. I gotta go fetch the waypoint. Fetch waypoint and go do oak, I guess? Yeah, we'll go knock out oak. Oh yeah, Dentist. I've been streaming Cyclone for the last week and a half for Mirage. I was actually playing some Cyclone before I came over to this character today. And I have videos on my YouTube channel, both live streams every day showing off the build, as well as I posted a build update a few days ago. The goal is to actually see if I can get to Cyclone on this game mode, which kind of a meme, but yeah. How do you feel about the Mirage League mechanic? Won't be a meme when you do it. I guess that's true, King. How do I feel about the Mirage mechanic? I really enjoy it. I think it's been a pretty banger league, to be completely honest. I'm having a lot of fun. $33 life. Let's go, dude. Let's freaking go. Alright, time to go help Alira and kill Weaver. I find gearing hard enough on normal league. Imagine everyone gets the free 50% res and Ruthless. I can't imagine not going for this, right? Like, this has to be the play. Too good to pass up. Not just Ruthless, hardcore solo self-found Ruthless, because I must truly be masochistic if I'm going to play Ruthless. It just would feel wrong to do it any other way. They gotta give you something. They gotta give you something, you know? You don't get Pantheons in Ruthless. That's not a thing. They don't give you the Pantheon. I feel like the Bandit reward is pretty minimal in the grand scheme of things. The Pantheon is, like, insane when you think about it, like, the benefits you get from a Pantheon. I mean, it's... There are examples of it on the skill tree, right? Like, you can spec into Diamond Skin. You know? You can spec into things like Cloth and Chain. So it's not like it's there is no equivalent to that on multiple areas of the skill tree. But I think it's fair on Ruthless. Not having the Pantheons, I can understand why they removed that. The Pantheon is actually insane power creep and solves a lot of problems with a lot of builds depending on what you slot. It still sucks not having it though. Yeah, you don't get free freeze immunity. I think it's punishing enough, yeah. I think there is some stuff they didn't touch in Ruthless. So Bandits is one example. They didn't, like, affect life and mana flasks. They didn't change the skill tree. So your skill tree is actually the same, but the Ascendancies got nerfed. So they didn't touch some things. They touched a lot of stuff, though. It just depends. Maybe we get good boots, man. I feel like I'm just gonna go for currency. You get full. You do get. So originally, in the original Ruthless, it was just 3 Ascendancies, but that was too hard. Like, it was legitimately just too bad. That they eventually, the second, I think it was second Ruthless League or third Ruthless League, they were like, okay, you get all 4 Ascendancy points. They did nerf a lot of the Ascendancies, like power, so everything is just generally weaker in Ruthless in terms of the power creep you get from Ascendancy points. That's really where they hit you hard, is on the no Pantheon, the nerfs to the Ascendancies. Like, that shit is where you really get hit hard in Ruthless. I don't know if bloodlines exist in Ruthless. That's a good question. I have no idea. Actually, POB should have that answer, right? I'm playing Ruthless. It would be in here. So it looks like they exist, but did they make them different? Or are they all cracked? I guess we would have to compare, huh? I think that they are relatively unchanged, actually. That means bloodlines are actually cracked and Ruthless. You do have to kill the boss to unlock these. Like, these are actually pretty cracked. The craziest one here is actually the Delirium one for doing Simulacrum. Right here. Take 40% less damage from hits. It's basically Progenesis. And because you're playing Ruthless, I'm probably not going to have jewels in my skill tree. So like, you basically get Progenesis. If you can do a full, if you can complete 15 wave Simulacrum, you get Progenesis. Which it's going to be very hard to do 15 wave Simulacrum, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. Oh no. Oh no. Did I die here? Oh my god, dude. Oh, the servers are fucked. You guys having any issues with the servers right now? Alright, let's go kill Weaver. Yeah. Your fault, Matt. That's funny. They finally fixed the EU, huh? Good for them. Good for you guys. Body armor? Sure. We could use a better body armor. Must be down south. Yeah, here we go. Actual garbage. Alright. Okay. Basically baited every direction but the right direction. I'm actually curious here. I want to look at something. You know what? It would be less damage, but it would be consistent damage with high uptime. what I wouldn't give for movement speed. Yeah, the Mirage with rarity is pretty good. It's pretty good. Ooh, what is that chest? 62 life and fire resistance? Yes, please. GG indeed. Unique armor. I think we gotta go for unique, dude. We might get something crazy. Might get something crazy. Corrupted blood, not great. Leeches life, of course he does. Shield of Light? What the hell is that? Is that one of the new holy skills? Oh, Shield of Light. That's a retaliate skill, of course. Am I blasting? I don't know about blasting. We're about to finish Act 2, though. So that's something, I guess. Do Act 2 boss here. I'm thinking I might actually be able to go Cyclone. It's gonna suck, but I think if I go full bleed, and we do like Axe Cyclone and go all damage and not block. Either way, I'm not gonna have block whether I do Cyclone or I play Earthquake or Earthshatter. Not until I get better supports, but I might be able to actually do Cyclone Act 3. We'll see how bad it feels. I feel like slams are going to be significantly better as a one button thing. Or a skill with no supports. But we do have like benefit of attack and like attack speed and alright, Act 3, let's go. I just feel like with no movement speed boots, Cyclone's gonna feel like trash, especially as a one, no supports either. Be pretty garbage. I need better everything right now. movement speed boost would be ideal. This is gonna be awful with like no support gems. But whatever. We'll give it a shot and see how tragic it is. I actually need more gem sockets than anything else right now. There we go. Alright guys, let's see how tragically bad Cyclone is without any supports and no movement speed boots. Because we can technically try it right now. Honestly, it's not that bad. Kind of digging it. We just need movement speed. Feels nicer than having to wait to trigger my Earth Shatter. I think I keep Earth Shatter and Warcry for maybe boss damage. If we're just mowing through rares. How does it do against Magic Pack? Honestly, not that bad. Not that bad. I guess we're spinning, guys. We're spinning in hardcore Ruthless. I might have to pivot my POV. See, this is where, like, I feel like slams are gonna shine. Get a couple spikes down, spin, blow up the spikes. The cool thing is you're getting such constant attacks per second, like, way more attacks per second, obviously, with Cyclone than a slam skill. Ooh, and we got a double axe. Nice. Oh, look at that axe, dude. What is that axe? We just gotta color it red. That's disgusting. And we can quality it. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna spin to win. I'm gonna spin to win, guys. We'll figure it. We're gonna figure this out on the fly. We're doing it live. On Ruthless, Benny, the gem room doesn't exist. Like, the room exists, but there's no... On Ruthless, the room exists, but there's no gems in it. Unfortunately. Just gotta get some movement speed boosts, guys. What were you thinking? Yeah, exactly. What were you thinking? Nah, they're not gonna give you support gems that easily in Ruthless, my dude. That ain't happening. Oh yeah, dude. It's full masochistic gameplay. Alright, we gotta YOLO a Jewelers on the chest and hope we hit some more red sockets. Div cards don't exist in Ruthless, yeah. There's no divination cards. Yeah. I told you, this is where PoE, like, if you ever think about PoE 2 and PoE 1, you're like, man, PoE 2 is just so much worse than PoE 1. Like, you're slow, you do way less damage, you have no clear, like, it's hard to craft gear, it's hard to do this, it's hard to do that. Ruthless was the genesis of that. Ruthless was the genesis of all that. You know? Hey, welcome back, Supreme. Thank you for 5 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Oh, we don't need to do the trial. Yeah, we just need to get some leech now. If we're gonna do this, dude, we just need to get some more leech. And the funny thing is, because I don't have support gems, I really don't have to worry about the mana cost using Cyclone right now. Kind of tragically funny. Yeah, slams are still gonna be... The Earth Shatter with explosions of spikes is still gonna be preferred on like tanky guys like this. Alright, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Very careful about every choice. Yeah, I'm thinking about stuff pretty consciously right now. Choices matter in Ruthless. Yeah, I think this is the play. So I think we'll go into a little bit of fizz here. Then I think I'll come down here and take the instant leech. I think that's just going to feel really good if I'm going Cyclone. We can come up here, get some more dot damage and some more life. And yeah, and then we'll just work our way up the left side of the tree here like normal. The only difference is I'm going to be playing axes instead of staffs, I think. The problem with staff... So the reason I'm not going to go staff is there's a lot more damage built into playing axe than staff. And until I get the support gems for Cyclone, it's going to be hard to scale my damage with a staff base. We don't have GC to augment damage, and we don't have... There isn't like a lot of staff damage nodes down here, so I'm going to have to just play non-block, which is fine. We're still going to get our endurance charge generation from Inexorable and Disciple probably, so... It's gonna be scuffed. It's gonna be Bleed Cyclone, guys. We're gonna be playing Gladiator Bleed Cyclone. We blasting now, guys. We blasting. We blasting. And honestly, I think like in Ruthless, it might be better just to stay bleed glad. Because what we can do actually, think about it like this. I can play it like this early on. And then once I get staffs, I can actually just spec into something like this. And then we have bleed with aggravation and explosions, and we have lucky block, and we can scale our block to, you know, really high. We can actually do something like this. Slayer is going to be like more damage probably overall, but we don't really get, it's more damage, but we don't get the AoE from Slayer at all. We do get the 20% coal, but I think bleed explosions and then being able to scale our block really high for hardcore on Gladiator might be the better play for hardcore solo self out and Ruthless. trying to craft the endgame chest using the Hinakora lock beastcraft. What are your thoughts on T4 max life and T2 all resist? I think T4 is too low. Oh, that is true. We're talking about the Hinakora step of it. Yeah, the prefixes don't matter. The all resist is really nice. I agree with Niche. Build is ancient. Alright. I'm gonna grab a quick snack, guys. I'll be right back. For dinner tonight, guys, we have a little bit of lasagna and a sausage. Homemade lasagna and a sausage. Alright, guys. Let's get back to it. So, does anyone know precisely how bleed works in PoE? Am I getting benefit out of running this, like, bleed Cyclone? My understanding is, like, bleed works really well when you hit very hard, like with a slam. So I don't know if this is actually ideal or not. It fishes for max hit. Because if I apply a bleed, right, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm hitting with Cyclone over and over, my strongest bleed will persist, right? Right. So do you think I should just drop... Do you think I should just drop the bleed and go for... Or should I try Crimson Dance out? Right, but I'm thinking about this, Chris, from the perspective of this isn't like min-maxing on trade. is going bleed with Resolute Technique and not having to worry about crit and hit, which is going to be very hard to gear in Ruthless, and just going something like Crimson Dance. Like, I'm looking at this from a, I don't have gear to solve my issues. I don't have flasks. Flasks are not a thing I can use to scale crit and hit. Like, I don't have the tools that you have with the trade character. So in this situation, if I go like Resolute Technique, Crimson Dance, is that going to actually work out in my favor since I can't scale crit right now? I'm not going to be able to use my flasks. I can't rely on gear, really. Because I can't play Impale. I absolutely can't play Impale. PT? Precise Technique? How do I scale my accuracy, though? I can't, I don't have gear to do that. I guess take this wheel right here. So I can take this accuracy. I'd have to go Mule of Precision, yeah. Well, I also did take Eagle Eye over here, so I'm getting some accuracy over here. Yeah, well, I mean, I could spec out of all the bleed nodes and path over here and grab that. What's my max life right now? 895. What's my accuracy? 628. That probably would get me there. Yeah. Well, what I'm thinking is I'm looking at just Cyclone right here, right? So Cyclone, we drop all the bleed nodes. Okay, so we're going to drop all the bleed shit. All the physical dot damage stuff. Okay, then we scale our accuracy up with the plus 500. Okay, we're now at 1,180. We come over here, we take this mastery, or we take this wheel. We're at 1,800. Well, I wouldn't take Precise Technique this far into leveling, I think. I mean, I guess at this point you would want to start scaling crits some way, somehow. Well, I'm just trying to think ahead, like if I'm not playing Bleed on my Cyclone, like if I'm playing Cyclone in maps, what is the most realistic stuff here? Because like, the problem is like Impale scales off your crit chance, right? Or your, like Impale works in conjunction with crit, but I've got like 8%. Eventually, if I survive long enough, yeah, I'll be able to get General's Cry stuff. I'm just trying to think of like what is the most damage that I can juice out of Cyclone without GC, without real support gems. I'm not going to be able to use a flask. I can't scale my crit with flasks. I can't scale, like, so what is the best way to do this for the most damage? I get some accuracy here. So this actually works out. So typically with Cyclone, it's probably better to go bottom because we're gonna have better uptime, so it would be tankier. A lot of people will take the top because like if you're playing slam builds a lot, they take the top because it's better to have more duration as you're jumping between packs and slamming because you have less uptime on your melee hits. But on Cyclone, that's really not an issue. There's many numbers for it. You'd have to sim your character. Alright, 2300, so my accuracy is getting higher. So let's add like plus 400 to accuracy. Say I had that on some gear. At this point, I now have more accuracy than life. If I take this, yeah, the problem is without crit, you just don't get a lot of benefit out of Impale. So this works out. This works out better damage than running bleed. It's better damage, vulnerability. That means like Gladiator really isn't the play. If I'm not going bleed, I guess I go Slayer. Yeah, I'm just looking at my POB. I guess I go Slayer. Slayer is going to just be better. 20% more damage. Or is champion gonna be better, actually? Yeah, I was thinking champion for a second. Like, if we go champion, I drop all that crap. We scale into impale. We'd go into unstoppable hero. We would drop that. Yeah, I'm thinking. Good night, Matt. Yeah, I feel like Slayer unironically is still gonna be the play. I just like the idea of going Gladiator because we can play into block later. It is from Equip Shield, but I guess you'd be going for Lucky Block. Plus you get explosions from bleed. I just need to figure out... bleed Gladiator Cyclone. I mean, I feel like I feel like going Bleed Glad like this puts me in the same situation as Slayer. Like, my damage is pretty comparable, but I have the benefit of having explosions. So I get explosions, and then if I want, eventually we can spec into block and get Lucky Block, and then we can transition over to using a staff. And then we essentially get more than skill, and we can scale our block really high once we have the ability to start using a staff. I think this is actually still the play. I mean, my bleed damage is almost 50,000 with no gear, just the gem. Like, Yeah, I think I might actually try something like this. And we can spec out of this as I get better gear. But I think this is probably still what I want to do. Yeah, the jewels are pretty expensive right now, for sure. Alright, let's go pick up our curse. Gotta go do library. It should say like imbued by fortify by level 1 fortify or level 1 endurance charge on melee stun. Bro, that looks sick. Alright. got a rustic sash. You can actually do Fizz vendor recipe on a better. They might have disabled Fizz vendor recipe in Ruthless actually. I would not be surprised now that I think about it. Am I gonna fight this guy? I think I'm gonna fight him. Heck yeah, dude. We won. I think you're stuck in Harvest forever. Forever. Force you to have to log. I was in one Mirage, I think it was in Jungle Valley, where it spawned the giant hourglass that gives you like the dust from King's March, and the portal to leave Mirage was inside the hourglass, and I was unable to exit, so I had to log the game to get out of the Mirage. Yeah. I thought that was funny. piety. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for attrition for my first lap, simply because I need the boost in single target damage, and every second that goes by is 1% more damage, so even after like 10 seconds, it's 10% more damage. That's like half of the support gem. Fight goes on 20 seconds, it's like I literally have a support gem now. And I think for second lap, I'll take the bleed explosions. That's probably what I'm gonna do. I may even do the 20% more damage when enemies are low life. A second lap and do bleed explosions for third lap before I get to maps. Might be the play actually. Failed exalts up to 15 divine. Yeah. What's the divine to chaos ratio right now, Chris? Yeah, see, that's a problem. If the chaos stays that low for divines, I don't think players are going to be able to keep up with economy, like the average player. Because, once again, divines were going for 320 chaos yesterday, so they've gone down 70 to 80 chaos in value. But everything else is inflating. Like, if you're not doing juiced, unstable breach farms in a group with an aura bot and a burst bot and all this other shit, just farming currency, I don't know how you're going to be able to keep up with the economy. Like, in the next week, I think the average player is going to be boxed out of the economy. If divines are going for 250 chaos in a week, and veiled exalt orbs are up to 25 plus divine, how does the average player survive in that economy? I don't think you can. Every member will permanently be a 3-star. I mean, they were 10 divine yesterday. They've gone up 5 divine in a day. Like, I just don't see how they, like, I don't see how the average player survives in this economy. It's not like veiled orbs are going to be cheaper tomorrow than they are today. So it's like, how does the average player keep up with that? Any weapon that is a two-hander generally has a good chance to stun. So Cyclone stuns, yes. If you're using like a two-hander, for sure. Like a axe, staff, mace. Any two-hander has a high chance of stunning. Ho 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 ho. Rip. We're doing it, guys. We're spinning in hardcore solo southbound Ruthless. Who would have thought? Who would have dreamed? I mean, Veiled Exalted Orbs are only going to just keep going up in price, you know? For sure, they're just going to keep going up in price. Like, they were 10 Divine yesterday. 10 Divine yesterday. When I was working on my staff. Now they're 15. I guarantee you by this weekend, they're going to be 25 Divine. The prices are just inflating. And if Chaos to Divine ratio does not get higher, I don't know how the average player is going to make money and survive, like, past this weekend. When you're, like, Divines are still worth 250-ish, 270-ish Chaos, and, you know, buying a Veiled Exalted Orb is almost 30 Divines, like, how do you even craft at that point? How do you effectively do anything in this game? But the economy is gonna be trashed. The economy is gonna be unplayable for most people to play this game, I think, in a week. Like to like craft really, like I think that if you don't craft your gear now, you're in trouble. Unless you just have the ability to farm a lot of currency. Missed 15 attack speed slams so far. Holy shit, Tormy. I feel really bad about my luck yesterday. Are you just like fishing for T1 attack speed no matter what? Or are you not even needing T2? This might be peak Cyclone, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's pretty good. I was gonna say, yeah, so you haven't even seen a T2? That's crazy, dude. This league is pretty good so far. Yeah, it's a really great league. I'm enjoying it. I didn't get to play as much last league, sadly. This is the league to play, dude. This league is fun. Like, last league wasn't bad, but, like, it wasn't great. The tree was amazing, especially as an SSF player. So that, like, kind of saved the league. But outside of the tree, it wasn't actually that good. And ground loot was terrible. Like, this is the league to be playing PoE. Like, if you... This is probably the most fun I've had in PoE in a while. Oh my gosh, we cannot stand in that. Alright, I need to kill all these guys ASAP. Okay. Show me a bone. I mean, it's not just doing your maps like twice, Chris. Like, it changes the whole dynamic. So, like with the strongbox strat, I literally skip ahead to the Mirage and actually run the Mirage version of the map because all the boxes are better. So it's not just like duping the content; it changes the content. I think it's better for some stuff versus others. Like Harvest, it's basically duping the content, right? It doesn't really change much. Yeah. I don't know. I prefer this, like this league is the best league I've played in probably at least 2 years. Like just the ground loot change, the quality of life with the Atlas. I'm perfectly fine with the Mirage shit. I don't need an overly complicated league with fucking spreadsheets and GUIs I have to fuck with and all this other stuff, and then I have to like run a third-party tool and I have to do all this other stuff. Just kill stuff and loot stuff. It's fantastic. Like that's what I want in an action RPG. I don't want to do high fortresses. I don't want to do high fortresses. I don't want to deal with walls. I don't want to deal with all this other stuff. I don't want to do convoluted crafts and things like that. Like I just want to kill stuff and loot stuff. Like, to me, this is peak PoE. Like, I kill monsters. And I get things. Like, I don't want to have to, like... I like some of the more complex stuff in the game, but, like, I really enjoy mapping leagues. Like, I really enjoy mapping leagues. Like, this is a fantastic league. Yeah, kill stuff, get loot. That's all I really want. I appreciate when they do like more complex league stuff, like Betrayal, for instance, and setting up your board and running, you know, all that kind of stuff. But like, I would rather have more leagues like this where it's just kill stuff and get stuff than leagues like Lake of Kalandra. Or Crucible. Settlers was fine, you know, but you know, Settlers was also like you spent so much time in your town. I don't know. I think in action RPGs it's best when you kill stuff and get loot, and then sell the stuff. Like it's a pretty simple concept. Yeah, I think they could buff that stuff for sure. I agree on that front. Like the actual ashes aren't great. The wishes are kind of mid. I agree with all that. Well, yeah, because it's a mapping league. Like, you can spin it however you want, Chris, but like when you do like a mapping league in PoE, it doesn't really matter what the mechanic is. The idea is you're just farming ground loot. So in Affliction, it was the same thing. Like, you went into the wisps, you got a bunch of wisps, you came out, and then like you just killed stuff and looted it. Like, it was the same concept. However you want to buff the map or do whatever with the map, like, it's the same concept. You're just killing stuff and looting stuff on the ground. Like, to me, it sounds like you prefer league mechanics that are more like mini games, or they're more like separate systems that have more power baked into them, right? Because of their own mini game of the game, and not like mapping. Like, a good example would be Delve. Delve is like a completely different aspect of the game that has nothing to do with like mapping or betrayal or heist or any of those kind of things. And I'm not against those type of leagues. I just wish there was more. We get far less pure mapping leagues than we do stuff like that, is my thing. Well, Blight's another good example. You're not actually playing the game. You're not mapping and killing stuff and looting stuff. You're just setting up towers and you get free stuff. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I enjoy that too. But once again, we get far more leagues where you're not actually killing monsters and looting stuff. And it's more like you're playing a different game. You're not really playing PoE, right? Like, when you're doing heist, it's like, okay, let me run my contracts, let me get my reveals, let me set up my blueprints, let me unlock the rooms I want to loot. And I go in and I gotta play this game of unlocking 50,000 doors. And then I get to, like, you know, go to the rooms I unveiled, so that way, or, you know, the ones I revealed, so I can maybe get something from the chest. It's not killing monsters and looting stuff. It's a mini game, you know? Sanctum, another example. It's a mini game. Alright, let me look at my map. What rooms can I go to? Alright, this room is better than this room. It has these downsides, it has these upsides. Okay, don't get hit by this stuff. Manage these resources, make it through the different floors. It's a mini game. It's not killing monsters and looting stuff. Well, once again, it depends on the it depends on the league mechanic, right? Like Harvest, you are killing monsters and looting stuff. They're harvest monsters, but you're juicing the harvest monsters and killing stuff. Another good example was when I did my domination shrine strat. You know, I was running around the map. There was Atlas bosses spawned at every shrine, you know. Strong boxes, you're clicking the box, it spawns a bunch of monsters, you kill the monsters, you get loot from the box. Like, all those things are variations of kill stuff, get stuff. What's not a variation of that is, let me go play Sanctum and play a mini game of going through this map of different rooms and managing my buffs and debuffs and managing my resources and killing the boss at the end of each floor and then stacking the loot at the end of the run and then getting all through 4 floors and then getting the loot pinata at the end. That's not killing stuff, looting stuff. That's playing a mini game. It's the same thing with heist. Let me run a bunch of blueprints. Let me get it reveals. Let me do this with my rogues, gear them. Let me spec the blueprint. Okay, we're going to go in. I revealed these certain rooms, so I'm going to target these rooms and go loot this chest, and then I got to open 50,000 doors. It's a mini game. It's the same concept with Delve. Let me target these nodes. I'm going to move my card over here. I'm going to try to loot this thing, or I'm going to go try to find this mini boss or whatever. It's a mini game. Like, it's not open a map, run around, kill stuff, pick up stuff, stash it, run another map. I just enjoy true action RPGs, which is mostly killing monsters and looting stuff. Delve is the nicest of the minigames. I will agree that Delve is the nicest of the minigames. It is still a minigame because you're not mapping. You are looking at a map of nodes, and you are targeting nodes to farm certain things. And then if you don't see the thing, you're going deeper, or you're going laterally all the way left or right until you find the specific node you're looking for that has the thing you want to farm, or, you know, a boss. It is not open up a map, run the map, loot, kill a bunch of stuff, loot shit, stash it, open up a map, kill a bunch of stuff, loot stuff, stash it. That's mapping. That's what mapping is. Delve is a minigame. It's the closest thing maybe to mapping, but it is a minigame. I prefer leagues that are not minigames overall, where the economy is good and ground loot's good, like Breach, old school Breach League. I enjoyed old school Abyss League. I enjoyed pretty much everything that puts content in a map. You run it in the map. I would prefer if Mirage wasn't like a second zone I had to go into that was like a duped map. But, you know, once again, if you're like, I don't know. I almost look at Mirage like I'm running 2 maps for the price of 1. It's still just running maps. Like, in my perfect world, there would be 2 mapping leagues for every creative league that they do. I want the devs to continue to do creative stuff in the action RPG space and have leagues that aren't simply just kill stuff, loot stuff. But I think it should be more of leagues that are kill stuff, loot stuff versus let's try something interesting that doesn't pan out. A good example of this was Necropolis. Necropolis allowed you to craft like really insane gear. Necropolis was also a terrible fucking league for most players because most people don't like to craft in this game, and the crafting system in Necropolis was entirely convoluted, wasn't intuitive, didn't make sense, often didn't work the way you wanted it to, and so it was a really bad league. Another good example of this was Synthesis League. Not a great league. People had to manage a map with nodes, the nodes would decay, they had to like do all this weird shit to get it to work. It usually didn't work properly, it was buggy. Like, it wasn't fun. It was not, you know, it wasn't a successful league. That's why Necropolis doesn't exist in the game. That's why Synthesis doesn't exist in the game. But at the end of the day, I prefer them to attempt these things because they are being more creative in the action RPG space and trying stuff that other devs won't do. So I prefer them to still do that, but I would rather it be like more mapping leagues versus stuff like that. Like maybe mapping league, and then the third iteration, you know, Q3 of the year, they try a creative league or something where it's a mini game system. Right, well, once again, the question is, do you enjoy killing monsters and picking stuff off the ground and just mapping? If the answer is yes, then you should actually enjoy this league. It doesn't matter what the hook is. If you like creative in-game, mini-game systems with all these GUIs and spreadsheets and all this other stuff, that might be why it doesn't appeal to you. Like, I don't know. I don't need the hook to be engaging. What's the extra step, though? You're just going through a mirror in your map and then running the Mirage. It's actually more work to put a second map in your device slot and do that. I understand your point of view to a degree. I just think that we're not meeting ground here on what a mapping league is. I think you expect more of what a mapping league is. That's not what mapping leagues are. This is exactly what a mapping league should be. Kill stuff, loot stuff. I don't need to have convoluted systems to do it. I don't need there to be some like crazy thing. Like the Mirage makes stuff powerful. Like, I don't know. In combination with Astrolabes, like Harvest Juice was really good. More than just running normal Harvest. But on top of that, the ground loot's better too. Nah, dude, this does not feel like standard at all. I have to completely disagree with you. This is nothing like standard. But it also depends on the farming strat you're doing. Like maybe the farming strats you're doing just don't feel good. That could 100% be like a true statement, right? I guess like the best thing I've done so far is the strongbox strat, because the strongboxes are actually so much more valuable in the Mirage. So like you skip most of the map unless you see a good box, and then you go in the Mirage and you actually run the Mirage version of the map as a full map, and all the boxes are like almost 100% better, right? So it's just giga box. So it could be you've just been running like shitty strats for Mirage that don't really like do anything interesting like you're saying, and there's like 2 or 3 of them that do, and maybe if you try those you'll have a different opinion. But I don't know, like I still think like I think your one point about the caches need to have better rewards and the wishes should have more impact is very valid. Like I think to make the mechanic better as a league mechanic, those are things that they could improve upon, and I 100% agree with that. Like to give the Mirage more of an identity. I think the wishes should be a bit more impactful, and I think that the caches should be more rewarding. I agree with that 100%. And I think that would make Mirage more a thing, right, as a mechanic. Yeah, like I said, it just depends on what strat you're doing. I think that's why the Strongbox one appealed to me the most, because you run Mirage maps. So when you go in the Mirage, it's the entire map as a Mirage. So you don't really have to, like, you know, I think that's the best iteration of the league mechanic. But I think if they buffed the I think if they buffed everything, it would feel better, like you were saying, like the caches and the wishes and whatnot. Well, they got to figure out, like, the problem is that even without Mirage, the inflation's going to be a problem now, because ground loot is better than, like, the unstable breach farming has nothing to do with Mirage, right? Like, you're still going to be able to do unstable breach farming in future leagues with astrolabes. So, I think that the problem is they need to introduce currency sinks into the game, because you're going to be in a situation now where unstable breach farming is a thing in the game now, right? And because that's a thing in the game, like, people are going to do it because it's really good. And so they got to figure out a way to have you burn currency as a player that keeps inflation in check, but also doesn't feel like a penalty to you as a player. Like, oh, they've introduced these systems into the game and I have to burn my money and it feels bad. It can't be that either, right? So it has to be intuitive in a currency sink, but it needs to not feel like you're being penalized as the player because there's more ground loot. Well, from an SSF player's perspective, I think the ground loot feels perfect the way it is. Like, I'd rather have, obviously, more resources than less. I just think they need to come up with more ways for you to burn your currency in the game to keep inflation in check. I don't like a world in which I would rather feel like I have a little bit more than nothing. Like, I'd rather feel like I have a little bit more than average than feel like I'm always barely scraping by. And what I mean by that is, you guys might not play SSF. I've played SSF a lot so far in 3.28, and the ground loot feels really good for SSF. If they were to reduce it, it would start to feel really bad again. And I'd rather live in a world where I feel like I have just a little bit more currency than I should, than a world where I feel like I'm always under-capped on what I need. And I'd rather, in the world where I always feel like I have a little bit more currency than I need, they introduce things into the game that I can burn currency. Maybe it doesn't feel mandatory or penalty like a penalty, but maybe it's more gambling options or more things, you know, just something to do with the currency that keeps inflation in check. But I don't want to go back to a world in which, you know, seeing a divine orb is like something. I don't want to live in a world where I game 12 hours a day on the weekend and maybe I see one divine orb by the end of the weekend. Like that's not a good world to live in. That's bad for the game. Well, it's one of those things, unfortunately, Chris, it's like making a build in PoE, right? So you can have it in your head that something's really good, and then you try it and it's not. And I think, like, with PoE, you have to be willing to accept the fact that a lot of times you're going to have an idea and it's going to be bad. And you just have to either adapt and try something else or do the meta. But, like, you know, this is a bad game to play, whether it's building a character or coming up with farm strats or endgame stuff, if you don't realize that a fair chunk of the time your ideas aren't going to pan out, and a fair chunk of the time they might. It's, you know, if you understand the game well enough, it might be like 60-40 in your favor, but you never know how the market's going to be, or, you know, what the interactions. Like, this was a weird league because there's so much new stuff going on, so it was hard to say what the market was going to be like or how things would be. But yeah, you kind of have to just, like, when you take a hit in this game and things don't work out, you have to kind of just shrug it off and try something else. Like, you can't be dead set like, oh, I'm going to make this thing work. If it's not working, there's probably a reason why it's not working, and you might just have to do something else. And it's going to change league to league or every few leagues as they shift the meta or they, you know, adjust the atlas or whatever they do. Nothing in this game is really truly static. When you say the bug prevents it from being rewarding no vault, what's the bug that's preventing you from getting a vault? Oh. Well, how is your idea good then if the bug, like, I get that you're saying the idea is good, but if there's a bug in the game that's breaking your idea, then it isn't good. Like, it's good in theory, but it's not good in practice because of the bug, so it's actually not good at the end of the day. It may be good if they patch it sometime in the league, it might be good in 3.29, but whatever is causing the idea not to work in practice makes it essentially not good, right? I'm not saying it's your fault, I'm saying your idea ends up not being good because it's broken. Like, it's a good theory, they just need to fix the game, right? So, yeah. And that's also why, like, I'm not too concerned on my trade character with, like, XP. I was more concerned with making money, so I could get all my gear fixed and squared away, because I could tell very quickly that the inflation was going to be a problem this league, and I wanted to stay ahead of everything. I've got most of my stuff now that I want. You know, at least the annoying stuff is done. And now if I just want to respec my atlas and do chill XP farms for the last 2 levels, it's whatever. That's just something, like, it was very evident the first week, like, oh, this shit's gonna get insane with inflation. I might die here. I should spec into some kind of mana leech. I didn't go Spirit of Ore on this guy yet. And the truth is, like, you can always run a strat that is profitable in the short term to make a bunch of money, and then, you know, try other stuff out later, like you did in Keepers. Once you, yeah, right. Okay, I'm starting to get tired, and I probably shouldn't play while I'm tired. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna kill it here. I think the plan is still good. This is some jank stuff, but I think in Ruthless, where I don't have access to blasts to solve problems, and I'm not gonna have support gems, I think going Resolute Technique and just going Bleed makes sense. And as I get support gems for my Cyclone, and just overall better stuff, I can spec out of Resolute, and I can go into, like, start scaling, like, crit from the tree and stuff. But I think expecting that I'm gonna go into maps and I'm not gonna have a lot of stuff, this loadout makes a lot of sense. It feels pretty good right now damage wise. So I think we're gonna do this jankiness. It also allows me to go eventually into block if I want. I think because what I might end up doing is by the time I have like decent Cyclone support gems, I can swap over to... I really like the idea of staying Gladiator to get lucky block with more than skill. The problem is like I don't know what to play with that because I don't want to do bleed later on, right? So I guess I have to give up defense, which I really want in hardcore. Maybe I'll try to just get bleed to work somehow and go out of Crimson Dance and see, like, as I just do more damage, my bleeds hit harder. I don't know. Or yeah, maybe I can kill an easy bloodline boss. But we know how I am with bossing, so doing that without dying is probably not going to happen. But yeah, let me save this. But yeah, I think tomorrow the plan will be we'll do lab, we'll get my first ascendancy, we'll get into the second half of the campaign, and see where we go from there. But I'm going to wind down for the evening, guys. Get ready to hit the sack for work in the morning. Thanks for tuning in. Feel free to join the Discord if you have any questions about the build. And I will catch you guys tomorrow, same time. Take it easy.